Hello everybody and welcome to the Sandbox Saturday stream. I'm Alex Flores, aka Kamisazi, bringing you cool stuff today, I think. I'm excited for the stuff we're talking about today. I feel like we've got a cool show in store. We've got a few news things, stuff that's going on this summer, fun stuff's happening this summer. Want to talk about that real quick. We've got some tutorial stuff. There are a few people who've been asking me for tips in the Game Maker. If they're joining us over from Discord, make sure you shout out in the chat what you're looking to see so I know that you're watching and I can share it with you. And if you are building single player games and you want to do a leaderboard, there's some complicated things with that I want to discuss with you. But I want to make sure that you know some tips on how you can sort of protect yourself from cheaters, because that's something that can come up. It's unfortunate, but as game designers, it's something we have to deal with. And if you are planning on doing prizes with your event, then it's good to know how you can check to make sure people are being legit. And if you're looking at the thumbnail for this, I did a real clickbaity thumbnail. I did a thing. That might be why we're starting late. You might be wondering what the heck this thumbnail means. What does this mean? Don't do it like this? Well, the tips that I'm going to be showing you in the Game Maker, I want you to follow the instructions, but not exactly the way that I'm going to do them. And I'll remind you about this when we get there. It is important that you don't do it exactly the same way that I'm doing it, so that way it's more secure. Because if people are watching the way I set it up on screen right now, they may get some ideas on how to manipulate things to try to beat your protection. So it's important that you use unique numbers, unique combinations of math functions, and we'll go over all that stuff in a bit. But really making it pretty random, so that way it can't be beat. It might still be beat. Disclaimer, like, this isn't 100% protection, but this is like 99% protection. And we'll talk about how to some other tips and tricks with that. But first, news stuff. What's going on? We've got this post from Nomoru Studio. I saw this shared on Discord earlier by... Who shared this? I can't remember who it was. Oh, I can't see their name because of... I think it was NFT Wujin. I can't see the name because of OBS doing the streamer mode in Discord automatically, and I can't see the whole name. I just see N ... I'm pretty sure it's NFT Wujin. So they're doing an event from July 16th, which is a couple days ago, to the 30th, end of the month. 2 events to join. Game clear event, clear all stages, and submit screenshot proof. It's maybe too late for this one, but this is the kind of thing that I would do this tip for. Dalana making event, create your Dalana in-game, share on Twitter, submit link. So if you don't know what Dalana is, I don't know where you've been the past few years. Honestly, I'm surprised I know what it is, because I haven't watched... gosh, I can't even remember the name of the show. What's the show on Netflix? It's not Hunger Games. What's it called? The one from Korea. Everybody's talking about it. Just had the 3rd season. I'm feeling real dumb. The name of it just fell out of my head entirely. Somebody in the chat's gonna scream it out, and I'm gonna feel real silly. And hello, chat. Hey, Go West, play game for fun. Marshall17, Viruson Art, welcome everybody. One of you guys got to know what the show is. Somebody help me here. I can picture the giant doll playing red light, green light. Why is the name of the show not coming to me? Squid Games. Squid Games. I got it before the chat told me. Squid Games. None of you are helpful. So... Squid Games has this thing, and I guess it's a real game, where there's like this like sugar wafer kind of cookie, like made out of some sort of like syrup or something, but it's real crispy. And they put designs on it, and you're trying to like break it open with like a pick without breaking the design. That's what a Dalana is. I guess this is probably a reference to Squid Games too, isn't it? So you got to clear all 4 stages and submit your proof. There's random 10 winners with 30 sand. Event number 2, Dalana Make an Event. Create your own unique Dalana and share it on Twitter. Best one is 100 sand for 1 person and random avatar for 10 people. I think that's what that means. That's pretty cool. Win some avatars. How to join. You can play the game here. Now you'll notice this is a Korean link. So if it says KO right there after Sandbox Game, that's for the Korean site. But you can change the language if you need to. It's taking a little bit to load. But there's a little button at the top of the screen where you'll be able to change the language to English or whatever language you use. Submit your entry with your Sandbox nickname and proof, screenshot, or Twitter link to Google Form here. And follow and join to participate. Follow Nomura Studio. Join the Discord. Don't miss out on the fun and rewards. Am I following them? I am following them. Cool. Fireson asks, is the single player leaderboard possible anymore? Well, I think that the tense is wrong there. It's not possible yet. There's no single player leaderboard yet. And there's actually, as far as I know, it's not added in 0.12. I don't know if it will be added in 0.12 or if it'll be later on. I know that I and several other people are like, we need single player leaderboards. Like, what if you want to do like Tetris or you know, all sorts of games could benefit from a single player leaderboard. And that's actually why I want to do the tutorial we're doing today, because multiplayer leaderboards are actually fairly protected from cheats, because everything that you do in a multiplayer game in the sandbox is kind of simulated on server. So if somebody's trying to do some sort of hacky cheat engine thing to try to manipulate the variables in their game, it's not going to match what's on the server, and the server's going to go ahead with what it knows the correct numbers are. So if somebody tries manipulating that, it's not gonna work. So multiplayer and the leaderboards are pretty well protected for that thing, and that's kind of one of the reasons why single player doesn't have a leaderboard originally. But now the single player quests are synchronized with the server, if I remember correctly. So I think maybe that reason for not having single player leaderboards is kind of not there anymore. So I'm hopeful that we'll get that feature, but I can't just magically make it happen. There's other gears involved in this machine. Couldn't look at Sandbox very much, busy making your Steam game. Yes, I saw. I wish listed your game on Steam, Byverson. So yeah, not quite yet. Hopefully they'll be there soon. Anyway, if you want to check out the Dalana challenge, there's a bunch of cool prizes here. Check that out. And then I just posted a Twitter thread not too long ago. So many of you probably know that I'm working with the Sandbox DAO, doing grants for game development and seasonal prizes, or like event rewards for players. And I got a pretty big budget to work with. Is I think $104,000, and I only had all of was it June, July, and August, or all of July and August? I think it's 3 months. So basically June. Did I start in June? I guess I started at the end of June. Yeah. I've only been doing this for a few weeks. I don't know. There's been so much going on. It's flying by, but also just starting. So the program ends at the end of August. So August 30th, 31st. How many days are in August? It is 31. I know that my brother's birthday is July 31st. I always know that July has 31 days, and I forget that August does too. So that program expires at the end of August, and it's up to the DAO if the program is going to continue on past that. So because all the things will kind of wind down at the end of the month, we want to make sure that all the milestones for these grants are cleared. So if you are interested in submitting and you haven't submitted yet, I would submit as soon as possible. I've got between like 10 and 20% of my budget left that's not allocated to a grant yet. I've got a few grants that are in review right now, so where exactly that number is going to fall, I'll know probably like tomorrow. But if you want to get your name in there, even if we've run out of funds for allocating, still submit your grant, because come mid-August, maybe like one of the grant applicants falls through or something gets rejected. The situation could change, so I want to make sure that we are funding as many projects as I can. So I believe I've had 11 submitted, and I've accepted something like 6, but there's like there are 9 or 10 that are pretty close to being approved. I'm just having some back and forth with the creators to make sure that their projects are, or that their pitch is good. So anyway, I wanted to talk about what is actually approved and what's going on. And hey, Anna and Joyce, I was just talking to you a little bit. If you are a player or a builder, you might be interested in the first project here. And I wish that this link had shown up as the like embedded tweet, and it didn't, but there's a cool video on it. And I wanted the video to show up, and Twitter was just like, no, we're not going to show it. So going on right now, and actually in about, we're probably going to end the stream a little bit early. So like in about an hour and a half or so, we're going to raid the Sand Squad because they're going to be having part of their first round of matches. I believe the matches have already started in Ultimate Deathmatch Tournament. And the first round is going to continue going on over this weekend. And then we'll see where the second round goes. There's multiple brackets in this event. Let me see if there's a screenshot with the brackets. Here it is. So you can see that there's a lot of planning that went into all of this. Cyberkongs, Atari X, Octoheads, Distopunks, and AU24K, the golden brand, are all involved. AU24K built new sets of equipment. I believe that's what the video was showing. Is it? Or is this just I think this is avatars. Where's the equipment? Here we go. Here's the golden equipment. So I believe all the player slots are taken. So if you were looking to compete, it's too late. You missed your chance. However, there are prizes for spectators as well. I love that he got the catalysts animation in here. That's pretty sweet. I wonder how he got that graphic. I like that. So different series of gear here, all the way up to legendary. Prizes for the competitors and for the watchers. I'm just going to read about it in my tweet. So starting today at 9 p.m. CET. It's about an hour and a half, or hour and 10 minutes. I don't have a lot of time today. From now, the Ultimate Deathmatch Tournament, DET2, is having its first round of matchups in the Lost Desert. All competitor slots are filled, but spectators are winning prizes like Atari X avatars and more. Join the Discord to keep up to date with everything. Builders, reach out to Sand Squad to see if your game is a good fit for a round of this competition. Hosts get 4,000 sand to make sure their experience is competition ready. So you need to apply to the Sand Squad, submit what your experience is. He's going to test it out and make sure that the game is stable and competitive, something that would work in a competition like this. I'm gonna put the whole thread in the chat so everybody can check that out. Next up, tomorrow is the last day to participate in the Quiz Rift 7-day showdown. Play this fast-paced trivia game by Sanctum and submit your best daily time to join the leaderboard. Lots of sand prizes for the top 20 competitors, as well as raffles and other challenges on the Discord. So that linked tweet here, again, I wished that it had given me the embedded preview that I thought it was going to give, and it just decided no, it didn't do any of that stuff. Rank 1 grabs 700 sand. There's a 5,000 sand prize pool in total. I had talked to Sanctum a little bit, and I think there might be a second series of competitions with this, but I don't remember if that's actually happening or not off the top of my head. We'll have to see. But it seems like the competition's going pretty well. It's pretty heated. We actually played this experience on stream on Wednesday. It's a quiz game, but you are timed on everything. So the better time you get, the higher your rank will be. So check that out. Ooh, too many things open. All right, and we're super excited to welcome back Touche Studios and the Fun Guy family for Fun Guy Season 2. Putting the award-winning team back together with legendary game architect Woke Zombie, they're bringing 4 sequels and 2 brand new titles for a 6-game season jam-packed with fun and a $3,000 prize pool. They'll also be contributing a Game Maker template from their new Match 3 style game, that's like Bejeweled, stuff like that, to the community. Event starts mid-August and runs for 6 weeks, so check out the plans on the forum. They're working on those games right now. And I've accepted projects from Avatar Life Games and Armenian Official, and one more, which is, it's the experience is called Stillwater, but it's not, they don't have a Twitter yet, at least not as far as I know. So they're working on getting their marketing stuff together. But these are planned for releases at the end of August. I'm not sure about Stillwater. That one's, the dates on that I'm not quite sure about. But those are all in progress right now. Also, projects pending approval, things that I have been reviewing the past 24 hours, and I'll be reviewing later today and tomorrow. Projects from Impossible Dream Studio, that's Fred and Ferd and Roxy Miguel. A project from Tobencraft, and a project from Web3 Ambassador. Next week I should have some more info. And I'm running out of time and budget. So if you've got an idea for a game that you think could have a budget that's under 10,000 sand, then you should apply for a grant. The program, like I said before, the program expires at the end of August, so all milestones should be reached before then. And there is a link to check that out. And actually, if you go to make the post, a couple people have asked me, like, is there a template? All you have to do is click New Discussion. It's all right there. All the information we're looking for that you need to fill out. So do that. All right, we are going to, how much time we got for that ad? We're gonna run Panda's News of the Week, and then we're gonna jump into tutorial stuff. So we'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to the News of the Week. Let's see what's happening in the sandbox. First up, we have the Training Ground land sale, starting off with the GBM auctions with a win-win model. We'll talk about that in a moment. Then we have the Terminator Dark Fate event happening, the Jurassic World movie premiere event, the July owner event. We'll talk more about that as well, and the Smurfs anniversary party. One thing as well is that VoxEdit just got a brand new update with more performance enhancements, as well as some nice new features for font and icon size options, as well as a lot more variety in how you can colorize your viewport, your axes, as well as the voxel edges and your grid lines. So definitely go check out the new version of VoxEdit. Make sure to download that. So here we are with the Training Grounds land sale. This has all of the cool information as well as exclusive real world rewards that you can get. So please go and take a look at that page if you would like to know more information. But there is the normal land sale that we do over on this page that will start in a few days' time. But then there is the auction with GBM, which follows a win-win model. This is also the first auction that we have done where it includes avatars. So what you do is you place a bid, and then if you are outbid, you will receive some sand. So we do have avatars here. But obviously we also have the land 6x6, 3x3, 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 a bunch of avatars, as well as single lands. Some of these are starting in a few more days, so we see there's some happening right now, but we'll also have some happening in a few hours. There we go, we've got some starting in a few days, happening right here. And what you do is you select what land it is that you want to bid on or avatar. And as you can see, there is a minimum bid. And let's say we just put in 550 here. It will tell you how much you'll earn if you are outbid. So if you are outbid, you will earn 9 sand. Plus, of course, if you're outbid, you won't be spending your 550 on a land. Moving on to our events that are happening right now. Obviously, we talked about the Jurassic World movie premiere event. You also have a chance of winning some eggs as well. For those that are a little bit confused, there is a tutorial section that will allow you to get all of the EP needed. The experience has more EP than what is needed to be eligible. Then we have the Terminator Dark Fate event happening here. Extinction War Resistance vs. Machines. This is a transformation event. You would need to burn an NFT to transform it, and then you will be eligible. Smurfs Anniversary Party. This is one that I also need to take part in. But if you own a Smurf, you will be rewarded per rarity. So if you own an uncommon and a rare, you will receive a prize from the uncommon and rare prize pool. There is also an open to all, so even if you do not own an avatar, you are still eligible for those rewards. July owner event. This one I am really excited about. For those that don't know, if you are an avatar or land owner, every single month you will get an owner reward. And this month has been Pirate Month. So if you are an avatar owner, you'd get the hat. And if you are a landowner, you would get the Dread Wake, which is an amazing ship NFT. An event that if you place the Dread Wake on your land using Game Maker and you publish it to the map, whether you're publishing an existing experience or you're creating a whole new experience, then you are eligible and you will get a portion of the 15,000 sand reward prize. So all you need to do is take either an existing or create a new experience, place that Dread Wake on there, and do it before these dates that are mentioned. So there's the snapshot that was done for the people to be eligible for the Dread Wake, but then between July 9th, 2 p.m. UTC, and July 31st, 2 p.m. UTC, that is when you are going to want to make sure that you have placed that Dread Wake in an existing or brand new experience published to the map. Moving on, Circus of Curiosities. This one is almost over. You do not have long left on this contest. There's a total prize pool of 20,300 sand, split in different ways: expert, regular, beginner category, special category, and participation prize. We got all the important dates as well as the result dates. The submission deadline is July 21st. So do make sure that you are taking part. You just need to create a circus-themed asset. Moving on to our mentions this week, we have the Skull Candle Spider by Crespit for 4.95 sands. And it's got multiple animations: attack, death pose, get hit, run, walk. Got multiple little animations there. So if you're going for a spooky themed experience and you need a pretty cool asset here, then definitely do check it out. It's also got the technical specs, which tells you the sizes as well. Really important. Another thing that you can do is test in Game Maker. You can also add it to your wish list, test it in Game Maker, and see whether it looks, moves, and performs the way you would like it to perform before purchasing. There are 4 of these available. Next up, I chose this one because the amount of amazing detail. This is the Tinker's Workbench Emberlit Edition by VoxEdit. There is only one available, and it is 25 sands. Now, what I will say is absolutely amazing level of detail to the texturing on this asset. When I saw it, I was like, how did they get that level of texturing to a workbench that would be within the size guidelines of, the NPCs and avatars? Well, I did take a look at their technical specs. So this is technically taller than your standard avatar, but I still wanted to showcase this because I thought it looked absolutely amazing. And if you happen to be creating an experience that would require maybe the player to be a smaller character, like maybe have a custom avatar that your players would play as, and they'd have to run along this tool bench. Now, back to your regular scheduled content.
Hey, that's me. How's it going, everybody? Ooh, too loud on the music. All right, we're back. I just dropped the giveaway form in the chat. Let me share that over to Twitter real quickly here. I can find the stream. There it is. All right, Twitter, the giveaway chat is the giveaway chat. The giveaway form is in the chat for our Twitter viewers as well. That is for Wizzy the Orange's Singed Hat. Go ahead and fill that out, and we will run that giveaway at the end of the show. We've got about an hour to get through everything real fast. So, I'm not sure if they're watching or not. Somebody from the Discord had asked about how to set up objective markers that update as you're playing the game. We've got some different tutorials and stuff available for that online, so if we have time, we'll cover that if they say something in the chat to let me know that they're here. But for now, I want to talk about kind of the main topic of this stream in particular. So, one second while I get my window back here. There we go. So the issue that I'm trying to solve here is that, as we said earlier, there's not leaderboards for single player in the sandbox. So what a lot of creators will do is they will make a screenshot leaderboard where people submit their screenshots to say, here was my best score, please put me on the leaderboard, which is a fine thing to do. I've run several projects that way. And the first thing that I would say is that don't overwork yourself. Don't make your screenshot project based like try to limit it to like 1 a day or only your top score or something like that. You don't want to have people submitting 30 screenshots a day and overwhelming you with that stuff. So I would recommend having some sort of limit in place. And importantly, on your form, you'll want to have players say what their score was in the screenshot. So you do want the screenshot, but you also want them to input whatever their score or their time or whatever system you're using for making the leaderboard. You want that number in there, because when you take that form and if you're using, say, Google Forms, and you make a spreadsheet out of it, you can sort the results by the score. And that means that if you're doing, say, the top 10 highest scores, you don't need to check every single screenshot. Just check the top 10 and make sure that those ones are legit. And say there's another 300 submissions, you don't have to look at every single one of them if they didn't report a higher score, right? And if they misreported, if they got 200 points in their screenshot and they only put 20 points, that's on them. You should have an opportunity for them to maybe like make a ticket on your Discord or like message you, be like, oh no, I submitted the wrong thing. You'll want them to put their username also, so that way you can find them. Give people an opportunity to go, oh, I made a mistake, but also don't overwork yourself, right? So having that score on there will let you sort the results and find the top ones, so you only need to check the top ones, okay? Now, as far as a system to check the scores, there's some pretty simple math stuff that you can do. This is similar to doing hashes and checksums, which sounds scary, but it's not that difficult to do. And you just need a couple things. You want to have your points or your time, whatever the thing is you're counting for the leaderboard. You want to have what in checksums and hashes you call salt. It's a number that is like a special key that only you know. Nobody else knows what this number is. And it can be even harder for people to manipulate what their score looks like if you introduce a random seed. So you can roll a random number, and that will help introduce some confusion. So if people are trying to manipulate their score by photoshopping in a different number, what you're doing is you're making it almost impossible for them to guess what combination of numbers they should be seeing on the screen. Okay, so let's go into our gameplay here. We're going to do most things in here. So whatever your game logic is, you're going to end up with a point, right? Some number of points. We could actually do it with time too. I believe all these math functions should work with time. So we're going to select you can't really see it because of my head, but we're going to make a time variable here. Okay. And because we are talking about a single player game specifically, you can do all this stuff on multiplayer. I don't think it's as necessary on multiplayer because, like I said, all of the variables in your rule system in a multiplayer game are on the server side. So when somebody submits their score to the leaderboard, it's whatever the server says it should be. So if somebody's using a like some sort of hacking tool, like a cheat engine or something, to manipulate their RAM and say, oh, my time was actually 10 seconds instead of 12 seconds, which is the highest person on the leaderboard. The server's gonna say, no, it's not. This was your time, and it's gonna put that on the leaderboard. So we're gonna have our variable. We're gonna call it just time, and we have it in if you're doing a leaderboard with time, I highly recommend using the milliseconds for more accuracy. Not just accuracy, but tie breaking, right? It's very difficult for people to get the same number of milliseconds in a race, right? So if you have a tie to the millisecond, that's pretty impressive. So we've got our time variable there. Then we're going to have our salt, which I would recommend making it a decimal number or a float, as it's also known. And we're going to call it salt. And you can set the value of this. You could also set this, you could change this on any given day. So if people are submitting their scores on a daily basis, if you want to, you could republish your game every day and change the salt every day. And then it's really going to mess people up trying to manipulate a screenshot. If they think they've backwards, like reversed all of your math functions, going like, I can, if I do this, then they won't know. You know, you really mess them up by just changing it every day. But that can be a lot of work, so you don't have to change it every day. It's already going to be really difficult for somebody to do this math backwards. But like I said, I recommend using a float. So this is where, don't use the numbers that I'm using. If anybody else watches this tutorial and watches the order that we do these math things in, they're going to be able to reverse it and figure it out. So use different numbers, do the math in a different order than I'm doing it, mix it up. Okay, that's the only way that this is going to be secure, is if people don't know what you're doing with it. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4.56. Okay, bad salt, don't use that one. Just, it's an example. Okay, and then we're going to keep the decimals here and create that. And we are going to use another decimal, and this is going to be called our seed. Can we ban users that are cheating? So there's no system for you to ban players from your game. You could blacklist somebody from your competitions. So if people are submitting, then you can choose to ignore their submissions. You could ban them from your Discord. Oftentimes cheaters will, make a new account and try to come back. So this is just it may not help you at all to actually ban them, because they may just come back. You might actually, depending on how comfortable you are with this, you might leave them on your Discord server and make a note to yourself. You can actually put private notes to set to, like, about users, and just like note to yourself, this person's blacklisted. This person can't win anything. This person gets no prizes, and they will try submitting, and you can just ignore them. And then they will maybe be confused, but that way you can keep an eye on them, right? You're like, they might go, hey, why am I not winning this thing? And be like, well, you didn't qualify. They might get suspicious after a while, try and make another account anyway. But at least you know what they're up to if you don't ban them. It's up to you how you choose to manage your own community, right? If it's something that you think is significant enough, you could report them to the sandbox. Be like, hey, this person keeps on trying to cheat on all of my events. Validub says that's called a shadow ban. That's absolutely what that's called. Yeah. So yeah, shadow ban them. And they'll complain probably, and you'll just be like, I don't know what to tell you. So our seed, we don't need to set a value for it right now, but we can keep this. Okay, I'm gonna create, and basically the concept of this is when you run a combination of 3 or more numbers together in math, it becomes like exponentially more difficult to reverse engineer how those numbers arrived at whatever our final number is. So we need a fourth one, and we're going to make it an integer. It's not going to have a decimal position. And this one, what are we going to call this one? You could call it a hash. You could call it, I guess hash is the best term for it. It's not, so technically a hash value has the same number of digits. We don't really have an effective way with the math that's in the sandbox. We could keep on checking, like, if this number is over this value, multiply it by 10 or divide it by 10 to like shorten or lengthen the number to get an exact number of digits, but that would make your life more difficult. So technically a hash is the same number of digits every time. I don't know if there's a better term for this. I will say caveat, I'm not a cryptography expert or anything. Like, this is just something that I thought about, and I was like, yeah, this would work. And I did some research, and I'm like, yeah, this would work. This is how people do this. But you could also call it like a verification or a key, whatever you want to call it. Okay. You don't even have to put a label on it, right? This is just this is what you're storing the value in, and you'll display the value on screen. You have to display this value. You have to display whatever your final output is. You have to display the seed, and you have to display the time. And you should not display the salt, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to say, let's put a specific, can we put a time in here? No, we have to declare it. So we are going to add a time in here. So we're going to start our timer. Sorry, start a stopwatch. Message required, we're going to use A1. And we're going to use our keyboard to control this. This is me just adding the functions that will get us a time so I can show you how this works. Your game mechanics will be however you arrive at this time of the game, somebody doing a race or whatever. We just need a way to actually set this value so we can see it in the example. So in the stopwatch, and we got trigger, key input. We also need to have a onPlayer join. So onPlayer join, I'm going to do a join message, and that's going to bind our keyboard. This is just kind of mandatory to set this up. And we're going to use the 1 key. And start timer. It's going to be our text here. And message to send on key down is going to be A1. And message to send on key up, we'll say A2. So I'm just going to hold down the key. It's going to give us a time. When I lift my finger up, it will stop the timer. Okay. That's going to go to our time variable. And message to stop this rule is going to be A2. All right. So that's a very simple setup. Let's just check to make sure that it works. And it only works if I have a heads up display, right? Because otherwise I can't see the variable. We could use the debug menu to see the time, but we do actually want to see our timer set up. Okay, so we need a heads up display, rules. And we're going to do game screen, HUD. Message required is going to be join the same way. And up at the top, we're going to display our time. value show, value only, and we're going to put the label on there. Okay, now that should show us everything we need. All right, so we got our time, and if I hold down 1, you see that the timer is going. If I lift up my finger, the timer stops. So I can keep on, you know, I can put any time on there I want. It's going to reset whenever I start the timer again. That's fine. What the time here says is not important, right? It's important in your game when people are actually doing competition. This is just for us doing this logic, okay? So we've got our time set up and it's working. That's probably the easiest I've ever gotten a thing on rules to work. It just worked on the first try. Okay. We're gonna put that off to the side. And we're going to make our math rules. Now, there are some thoughts about when you want these things to show up. So I don't want to get too much into how something like Cheat Engine works because I don't want to give people too many ideas. But I feel like it is important for the discussion, and the people who already use Cheat Engine already know this, so it doesn't help too much. But what something like Cheat Engine does is it manipulates your RAM. It looks at what's in your RAM and looks at what's changing in your RAM. And if you're not familiar with computers, RAM is like your computer's short-term memory, right? It's everything that you're doing on your computer that you have up, all the programs you have loaded, your operating system, everything that's happening on your computer right now is happening in RAM. It loads stuff from your hard drive into RAM, your computer can work with it, and then when you want to save it, puts it back on the hard drive, clears your RAM, ideally. Validub says, the rule system tends to get very laggy. Gameplay tab when making complex games. Do you know if this issue will be fixed in future updates? Validub, are you asking about it makes it laggy while you do say while making complex games? So that's why you have this boards here. The lag that you're experiencing in the rules system is actually from rendering all of the interface, right? So all of these things rendering, that's what actually causes the lag. And if you make multiple boards, if you separate out your logic onto multiple boards, you can make a much more complex game without it getting as laggy. So anytime that you can make more boards will help optimize that for you, because it has to do with your RAM, right? And how much graphics processing you need to do. So Lucas is right. That thumbnail though, you like the thumbnail? Was it clickbaity enough? So when you load a new board, it closes out what we're currently looking at, and we'll load a different board, and that will help reduce your lag between. I hope that all made sense, Validub. So where were we? Oh, Romario Raven on Twitch asked, the time start message can be a message sent from a quest and another quest message to stop the time, question mark? Start time. So you could have a quest where the starting message starts the timer and completing the quest. So, I would recommend not stopping the timer with the quest completion message. I would recommend whatever message stops the timer also completes the quest. Does that make sense? When the player crosses the finish line, you want the first message going out to stop the timer, because that will get them the most accurate photo finish message. If you send a message to end the quest and then the quest completion message stops the timer, that's an extra step that could theoretically, depending on how many other things are going on in the game and on the computer, that could make their time so many milliseconds longer. So I would recommend that you have a trigger volume to sense that the player has crossed the finish line, and that sends one message which both stops the timer and completes the quest. Valadup says, yes, I always create multiple boards and place rules there, and yet after you switch between those boards, it fills up the memory, and no matter what board you are using, it still lags a bit. I would recommend making a Jira ticket. There's I think if you go to, is it under help? No. If you go to guidelines and scroll down here to help and contact, there is the web support portal, and you can make a ticket there and say, hey, I'm still getting a ton of lag when I'm doing this. Now, I'll be honest, I haven't had a lot of time to make a game that uses a really complex rules board. I mean, I've done games with decently complex boards, but not like a whole bunch of boards. So I don't think I've pushed a game to that lagginess yet. I was told that the reason we introduced the multiple boards was supposed to help improve that lagginess. And I hadn't heard anybody mention that they were still getting lag after the multiple board system, so it could be a bug that it's not clearing your RAM up, or it could be an oversight. So hopefully they can help fix that. But what we're making is not adding a whole ton of rules. So the logic that we're talking about here is not should not have a significant performance impact on your game. All right, we've only got like 30 minutes left. I gotta hurry up. So we got our timer set up, and now we need our other rules here. So let's update our HUD with a few more things. We got a few more slots to put in here. So let's add in our seed. And our hash. And we do not want to show the salt. Do not show the salt ever. The salt is like your secret key to the whole thing. And hash. You could also call it checksum, validation, whatever you want to call it. All right, and I don't know what. It doesn't matter what icon we put on this stuff, but I like having icons, you know. They make it look good. We're gonna put in, yeah, nice Sandbox logo. All right. So we've got the rest of our stuff in there. We'll just make sure that it's showing up. All right, we got our seed and our hash. And we should save, right? It's a good idea to save. Wanted to know if the team was aware of the issue. I mean, I wasn't. I thought the multiple boards fixed the issue, so it may. I don't know what your computer specs are like. That can always have an impact on these sorts of things. But yeah, I would make a ticket. Making a ticket is how you can make sure that the team is aware. That I know sometimes people get frustrated with the tickets because they don't get a response fast enough, or they don't see what's going on. Sometimes we get a lot of tickets for the same thing, and it becomes difficult to reply to every person who gets the ticket. Or they see their tickets closed and they don't really know what the resolution is. But But we do look at those tickets, so please put them in there. There's been a lot of issues solved with those tickets, so you know, keep on making them, and that really helps bring the devs' attention to that stuff. So let's go back to gameplay. All right, we got all of our stuff on the heads-up display. Now we need the actual math that's going on. So we're gonna make a new rule here, and we're gonna use a replace variable and roll a random number. We're going to do this on join. And the reason we're doing it on join, you want to roll the random number as early as possible in your game. Now, if this was not a Game Maker game and you were coding in C# or Python or whatever you're making your game in, you know, you would want to roll this random variable as early as possible, because, like I said, the way the cheat engine works. Oh, that's what we were talking about. RAM, right? RAM is your computer's short-term memory. What cheat engine does is it scans your RAM and it looks for what's changing. So if a player can see their time on the screen, and they can tell the cheat engine to say, hey, look through the RAM for something that's at 0 seconds, any value of 0, and it's going to be a ton of values in your RAM are at 0. As you play the game, they can have it scan the RAM to go, oh, it should be at 10 seconds now. So look for any value that was at 0 that's now at 10. And they can do that progressively and narrow down the numbers until it's like this specific register in the RAM is matching up to the time, right? And then they can go, oh, what if I manipulate that? And now my time is 10 seconds instead of 12 seconds, right? Well, with the random roll, you want to do it as early as possible in the game because it might be before they have their cheat engine up. They won't see this value changing. It's always going to be at that value. So we want to do a fixed value between, and it's whatever numbers you want. It really doesn't matter as long as it's a random number. So we can do between 0 and 10. Let's do 0 and 1, and then we'll always end up with a 3-digit number, I think. And then we're going to put it to our seed here. All right, let's make sure that rolls randomly. Seed is 1. Seed is still 1. Well, that didn't work. Let's see. On join, fixed value between 0 and 1. We can define it with a 2, with our 2 key, probably. Let's add. Let's duplicate this one. If I can click it, there we go. So this is going to be timer control. Or it's really a stopwatch, technically. I can't type. Control, and then our other one's going to be random roll. And it's going to send message A3. It's not going to send anything on up, and it's going to be on the 2 key. And let's see if this works now. Oh, you know what? The reason why it's like that is because the random roll only rolls an integer. So you do want it to be a bigger number. So let's go to our gameplay. I didn't realize it only rolled integers. So that's fine. We want it to roll a much bigger number then, right? So we're gonna say between 0. Actually, we could make sure that it's always a long number, right? So we could say between 10,000 and 9,999. 99,999, right? And that way it's always going to be a more complex number. We could actually even make this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this way it doesn't have a whole bunch of zeros. It could still have zeros, but it'd be less likely. All right, so that's going to be our seed range, and now it should work. Hey, those are better looking seeds. Look at how random those numbers are. Those numbers are so random. Isn't that great? So we don't really need to have decimal points if it's like that. So we're going to we're going to change the variable here to that. Okay, cool. And now we can define it on join now. I just didn't realize that it was integers only. So we're gonna go to random roll. We don't need this control anymore. We can do our random roll on join. And now whenever we start with a seed. Okay. It is totally plausible one rolled out twice. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was basically a coin flip, right? So I thought I was gonna get a random roll in whatever those anywhere between 0 and 1 with the decimals, and that was not the case. So we can hide that now. All right, we're just gonna call this one math, and we're gonna say roll seed. These are just our notes. Okay, so now is where you can just have fun with it. You can make this math whatever you want. And like I said, don't do it the way I'm doing it. Don't do it in the order I'm doing it. Don't do it with the numbers that I'm using. Make it your own. So, roll has 2 L's. I know how to spell. All right, so we got to add basically whatever the end of our stopwatch really is what we're going to do. So we're going to do this on the A2 message, which is when I lift up the 2 key, which is going to us crossing the finish line is also going to determine when this math happens. Okay. So we need to introduce all of our other numbers. And we want to do it in a way that people are not going to be able to guess. So we need to add a math function here. And so on A2, our variable of time is going to get divided by our salt, right? Now you could just say fixed value and you could put your salt in here. You don't have to make salt a variable. It doesn't really make a difference. That the reason I would want salt to be a variable is so that way I can find it when I'm debugging or when I'm changing things. If I wanted to change the salt daily for like a daily update, I would not want to be changing it in here, like trying to find this specific window all the time. I would want to go to my variables and go, which one's called salt? And then it would update across any place that I put it. Okay. So we've got our math. It's dividing our time. Oh, there we go. Salt. And now you're gonna want to have some floats. So let's see. We're gonna send this through like 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's send it through 3 different variables. So we're gonna say temp1 and temp2 and temp3. Technically you could use just a single temp, but I kind of want you to see what this is doing because we're going to debug it. Valvestein says, sorry I'm late. Will the quest marker be recorded if you have gone through it? I have not gone through it yet, so hang out. We're pretty close to being done with this. But we've only got about 15 minutes left in the stream, so I will, if I can't finish this before we need to go raid Sand Squad, stick around, Valvestein, because I can just keep on streaming after the raid. And you'll still see it on Twitter. So, just stick around. I've got you. So we're gonna want to debug these. So, I guess we can only. I guess we only debug through the rules, don't we? Well, they'll pop up. So, we are going to set the value to temp1. So this is going to hold whatever our time is divided by our salt. Okay? And then we're going to activate the next math bit. Okay, so our next math we are going to have activated by A3. And we are going to take our temp1 and we're going to roll the dice, pick a different operator. We're going to add our seed. So variable seed. And our result is going to go to temp2. And then we're going to send A4. And we're going to go to another math. And can I just duplicate it? Yeah. So we're going to divide by salt. Add seed. What's our other number here? We can add in as many functions as we want. The key is that they're not always going to be the same. So if you say like add 5 minus 6, right? That's the same as minus 1. So you don't want your math functions to end up with the same result consistently across every single one, to the point that they're irrelevant, right? If you can simplify out the equation, that's great. But we can introduce more complexity by using our randoms. What's causing 0 times? I'm not sure. That sounds like a good thing to report. It could be a problem with the back end. If you tried to republish your game in a way that resets the leaderboard, that you needed to reset the leaderboard, but you didn't reset the leaderboard, then it could be old numbers hanging on. Yeah, it's going to be something that you need to report because I don't have the backend access or knowledge to like know what's causing it. And I've had issues too where I tried making leaderboards with times and I've had some issues pop up. So Yeah. But this is referring to single player stuff, so this would all be screenshot stuff. It's not going to be on a leaderboard, an automatic leaderboard. So you wouldn't have to worry about this particular issue. So let's multiply by seed. And change this to our temp 2. And I mean, I guess we don't really need the temp 3, so let's get rid of that one. And we're going to multiply by seed, and the result. Oh, I guess I did need it. That goes in temp 1, temp 1, temp 2, temp 2. Yeah, no, I needed to not delete that. Actually, no, this would just output to our hash. Okay. So we got all our variables in there, right? We've got our salt, we've got our seed, we got our hash, and we got our time. Okay. Want to know, maybe it's a known issue. It might be a known issue, but like I can't, the Jira board that those reports submit to, I don't actually see that one. I can see the internal ones from other staff, but other staff are not playing people's games as much because they're busy building the tools. So they really need users to report the issues that they see, because the community has more time to actually play the games and encounter the bugs. So if you're getting times that don't make sense on your leaderboard, report it, so that way the QA staff can try to check what's going on with that. It may be something with your setup, but they'll only be able to know that if they're seeing what your game is and what's being affected. If it's a bug, then you know it's not your fault and you need to fix it. All right, so we got the hash, and we don't need it to send a message because it's just going to output the hash. So these will happen automatically. The math will happen in order. And let's put a debug on divide by salt, add seed, and we should see the multiply by seed at the end there. Okay. Am I forgetting anything? I think this is it. Pretty simple. So, oh, did I not put debug logger? I feel like there's a way to. Is it? It's not in the profiler, is it? I forgot how to use debug. Controls? Or does it just put something in the debug logger F2? There it is. Hey, that's what I was looking for. Okay. So now when these functions run, we should see it. So we've got our seed 98086, and if I hold down 1, we see that the time is counting, and we release, and we see that some stuff has just popped up on the screen here. We also see we have a hash of -21474836648. So you were also wondering how to use debug. So yeah, F2 will bring up the thing that you see above me here. And anything in the rules that you click the little bug icon on, when that rule processes, it will output to this log. So it says that the message A2 activated divide by salt rule. It says the time that it did it at, and it says calculates the operand global time variable time stopwatch was at, and you can see that that it matches the time over there, 4.91. And it says 4.9. I think it's just rounding there. Global decimal. The log should be more complete. The F2 is like a console log. Yes, but it's only going to output the thing that you click the bug on. So let me grab a sheet of paper here. Let's just write down these numbers real quick. Okay, so we had a time of 4.91. We had a seed of 98086. And our hash came out to negative 214748368. We may need to use some smaller numbers. All right. Temp 1. So, okay, I'm hoping that the log here is actually going to show us better numbers. Let's see what happens when we hit tab. So if we go to the logger here, we can see that the messages... yeah. So if you click it, it expands, right? So logger, and then you can click on them. You can also copy them and paste them out to whatever you want. So when message A2 sent, it did 4.9 and divided it by our float, by our salt, which was 1234.56. Don't hit clear because we want those numbers. And temp 1, so that was the output of it. Does it say the output here? It divided. So it doesn't say what the result of this rule was. Oh wait, no, it's right here, right? 1449.5, because it's multiply, right? One second, let me get my calculator here. Our first one was multiply, wasn't it? Did we not track that? We did roll seed, divide by salt, add seed, multiply by seed. Oh, 14:49:50, that's the clock. That's my current time, or a few minutes ago. Because it's now 2:53. It was 2:49 when this happened. I was looking at that number like, is that what it's multiplied by the salt? But that's not what that was. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't show the output of it. It just shows that the function ran and what the inputs were, which is a little weird, I think. I would think that it would say what the output was, but that's okay because we see it in the next one, and we see that we had temp 1 was a value of that. So if we take our time, which we know was 4.19, actually I'm going to do the calculator on screen so you can see the numbers. So we had 4.91 and it was divided by our salt, which was 1, 2, 3. Was it 4.56? I'm forgetting now. Yeah, 4.56. 0.56. And so we should get 0039. 0039827889. It does round, so 397. Actually, that's pretty different. Oh, because it took off the last millisecond, I think. 4.9 divided by 1,234.56 is 39. Did I just discover a floating point error? 396. Those numbers aren't the same. 4.91. It only works if the math works. 1,234.56 003982. Do reverse what is exactly the base value. What does that mean? 1,234.56. Unless did I write the seed down wrong or the salt down wrong? The result multiplied by 1,234.56. There's a gremlin in the Matrix that's not Jackie Chan. I guess. You're supposed to be able to reverse these numbers, but it only makes sense if the numbers are correct. So this is a little weird. 0.003982789 times. You know, I'm thinking maybe the time has extra decimals that I don't see. Maybe it's a more accurate time than that. All right, so times 1,234.56. Yeah, I think it's rounding the time. Let's, you know what? Let's do this. Let's see what time is the format. It's in seconds and 2 digits of milliseconds. But I'm thinking that it's actually more accurate than that. Let's go into our debug. I should have done this with points. We would have been done already if I had just done points instead of time. So, let's see. Time. Seconds, milliseconds, milliseconds. And then I think it did trailing milliseconds after. Oh, was there an ad? Sorry, I didn't see. You didn't miss anything. It's just me wondering how we see the time more accurately. I guess we need to know if this still works in reverse. If the time is not rounded off. And can we round the time to... Can we put the time in a different variable? So let's add a decimal number. And this is going to be truncated time. And it's going to have a format with 2 zeros. And create. So at the start of our math function, we're going to have rules. we're going to have this be our A2, and then we're going to have to move up all those ones, but that's fine. Select variable, truncated time. New number value is going to be variable time. So this is going to chop off our extra value. Why don't you just press the make game button? You can vibe code it. All right. So this gets A2, and this one. Can we not send a message at the end of this? I want to send a message when this is done. Otherwise, I'm not sure if it'll be accurate. I mean, I guess it's fine if they're both A2. We'll see. We'll see if the math works. All right. So scratch our numbers from before. I'm just going to write down our salts. So 1, 2, 3, 4.56. All right. New numbers. Let's see if this works. Oh, wait. I need to set the... Oh, don't freak out on me now. If it crashes, I'll be mad. We're so close to being done. I give up. Not really. I don't give up. This isn't that hard to set up. It's just I just want to make sure that the numbers are accurate. So the whole point of this is that we end up with a number that's in the screenshot that has multiple math functions in it, so that way players can't triangulate how you arrived at that number. You're killing me. The hash, so the hash is generated when the game knows what the time was. That's the player's time is part of that value. So the hash is going to be different every time. It's not only different every time because their time will be different, but it will be different because there's a random roll every time. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, okay, all right. I just have to make sure that we put the variable back in there. So yeah, we didn't put the variable in here. So this needs to be not time. This needs to be truncated time. Truncation, it just means that we're chopping off any trailing zeros, because even though it only, yes, go west, I'm gonna save. Even though the time only displays to you know, the 10th of a second and 100th of a second. Autosave is in 0.12. Even though 10th of a second and 100th of a second are in there, it's also got all the times after that, and we don't need all that jazz. So yeah, we're gonna. Was I talking and didn't do it? Oh, I did put it in there. Truncated time. Okay, good. Yes, save. We're saving. Save. So now we're chopping off everything after 100th of a second. It should, hopefully, be good now. Okay? So our seed is 33733. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that seed. The simulation is collapsing. All right, we hold 1. We get whatever our time is. Okay. 5.21. Time is 5.21. And hash is 11379152264. Okay. Did the debug work? I didn't have the logger open, but we can... These are the old ones, right? These are the old ones. It goes top to bottom. So we can delete that one. We can delete that one. Okay, so back to our calculator. Let's hope this worked. Oh. We've got our time of 5.21. And it was divided by our salt. This is the secret number that nobody knows. 1234.56. Nobody knows that number. And that should have given us... Didn't it say it before? Value 0. Why is it reporting value 0? Okay, well, let's ignore the logger for a minute and see what happens here. Okay, so our next one was to add the seed, right? So we add 33733, right? That gives us this number, and then we are multiplying by the seed, which is why this number is so big, 33733. And that gives us 1137915,264. We're off. We're off by such a tiny amount. Is it rounding? So it said 0 on there. Is it rounding? Maybe I didn't use the truncated time. Did I use it somewhere else? We used truncated time there. And we used only the temp ones after. Maybe, you know what? You know what? It probably... I think I know what we did wrong. Because there's only two decimal places of accuracy, right? So... So we had 5.21 times our salt. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry, divided by salt. Divided by 0. 5.21 divided by 1234.56. I should have tested this stuff, but I didn't have time before we went live. That's why it said 0. That's why it said, because we only have two Okay, so what we need to do is we need to change our math functions because they're making too small of a number. That's why it reported 0, because it zeroed out. It was like, you know what? If you truncate this. Okay, so let's not divide by salt. Right? Let's add salt. Add salt, then divide by seed. divide by seed, and let's subtract by truncated time. If we were not working in the Game Maker, if we were working in another program, we could set, we could like make more rules about how many decimal places we wanted to support. Like in a lot of programming languages, you can define the number of decimal places that you're going to support in your floating operations. So we are adding our salt, we're dividing by the seed, and then we're subtracting our trunk time. All right, let's try this one more time. We're gonna clear our log. We are going to hit play. We're gonna hit F2. F2, there it is. And we are going to set our time. Will there be a feature in 0.12 to automize some action? Sorry, Sebga, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, I'm not. I'm unclear as to what you're looking for there. All right, so our new time is 4.75. Or 7.3. It helps if I read the right number. Okay. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't look at the hash. All right. Forget that. Hash was -5. Why is it so tiny? I think we need with seed and the hash you generate, maybe some features to use this connect to something else. Yeah, I mean you could. So all of this stuff you could connect up to other things happening in the game. So like you could say like if it's you thought, oh, it's a pen. If you set up, yeah, you could have like if the value's over under a certain amount, have something happen in the game visually. But you want to make sure that if you're using that to validate the screenshot, that you want it to actually be visible. So make sure that the player is seeing the screen a certain way. All right. Let's think about the numbers here real quick. Conceptually, this works. We're just running into the issue of not enough decimal places. Okay, so we're taking a small number and we're adding a sizable number to it. Then we are dividing it by a larger number. So we can just multiply instead. Multiply by seed. So we're taking our large number, making it even bigger, and then we can divide it by the time to make it a little bit smaller. You know, because it keeps on truncating the zeros, I don't really want to divide it at the end. Because I don't, it's gonna, this only really works if we Actually, no. Yeah, we can divide it. The thing is, the important thing is not we don't want players to be able to reverse it. We want to be able to process this forwards to check. So I'm kind of overthinking this aspect of it, of following it in reverse order. So yeah, we can divide by time, divide by truncated time. The important part is that you, as the person validating the leaderboard, are able to run the same math and get the same result. If people can't work it backwards, that's a good thing. So, and I forgot that in all this talking about stuff. So, the fact that we are not showing a decimal place is actually a good thing, because that makes the results fuzzy for them. You will get the same answer knowing that you can just cross off the what's after the decimal. But if they try working the numbers backwards because they lost that accuracy of the decimal places, it's going to be harder for them to figure out what math you did. And that was kind of the whole point that I had set the hash to not have decimal points. And in talking about all the other things, I actually forgot the point I was trying to make. So we hold one. We release. All right, and it's a nice big hash number. So our time was 3.06. Our hash is 2546098, and our seed is 63250. Maybe with UGC platform that is coming, have you any info? I am not on the team that's making that, because people did not vote for my team to work on it. So they're working on their thing. But I'm not in their team, so I don't know what they're doing. I wish them well. I hope that their platform is successful, because if their platform is successful, that's a win for the sandbox. But yeah, I don't have any insight to what they're working on, because I'm not on it. All right, so where'd the calculator go? Did I close it? All right, so we don't need to be able to work this number backwards. We need to be able to work it forwards. So we know that the time was 3.06. Then we multiply the salt that we know and nobody else knows. Or sorry, we add, not multiply. 1, 2, 3, 4. 0.56. Then we multiply it by our seed, which was 63250, and we divide it by the time, which was 3.06, and our answer was 254,609. What the heck? Why? I used trunk time, right? $186 seconds. No, the time was only 3 seconds and 3.06 seconds. I wasn't holding the time down for that long. Run the calculation again. I think maybe a wrong number. Okay, we had 3.06, right? Then we multiply by the seed, which was 63250. And then we... Oh, wait. No. You add the salt first. Let's make sure that we're triggering these in the right order, too. The worst is that I'm watching this stream. This is the worst stream you've ever watched? Is that what you're saying? I was hoping this would be a nice and easy tutorial. Because conceptually it's pretty simple. It's counting in second or milliseconds. It's counting in milliseconds. It's actually counting in in smaller units than milliseconds. That's the problem. That's why we needed to truncate it. And I'm wondering if maybe this variable is not working correctly. So if we say value of truncated time becomes time, I'm wondering if this is happening at the same time this runs, and maybe that's messing some stuff up. So we got A2 goes to A3, A3 goes to A4, A4 goes to... Oh, here we go. That would be... This is the source of all of our problems. The math wasn't happening in the right order. So I wonder if we even needed the truncated time. I kind of want to know now. What if we don't use truncated time? Is this going to work now? Let's try it with regular time and see if this works. Time goes A2 to A3, A3 to A4, A4. The stream is good. Oh, okay, good. Seeing me make all sorts of mistakes here. I feel like I remember talking to a coworker saying that the time value was storing more digits, specifically so that way when leaderboards rank, you would get, if there was a tie, the person who was actually faster would be up on top because it's measuring to an even smaller value, just one that's not displayed. Mistakes can lead to great teaching moments. Yeah, check your work, basically. That's the teaching moment. It's like, oh, make sure that you're triggering all the messages in the right order. We were doing two math functions at the same time. No wonder all the numbers were ending up screwy. It's taking a real long time to save. I don't know. It's like 23 minutes after. I haven't heard from Timio. Timio hasn't pinged that they're ready to go. So I guess we're hanging out for now. All right, let's try this again. Oh, all right. So, seed is 23114. Time is 3.41. And hash is 8374208. 8374208. Okay. Let's bring up our calculator. And let's look at our gameplay. Make sure that we're doing this all in the right order. So, we take our time, 3.41. We are adding our salt, 4.56. We are multiplying it by the seed, which is 23114, and dividing by the time 3.41. Okay. Yeah, no, we do need to truncate it because my results is not 837. It's close. I can tell that it's rounding errors because the numbers are close enough. The hash was 8,374,208, and we're only off by 20,000, which in the scale of this thing is not that big of a difference. Let me make sure the temps had 2 decimal places, right? Okay. All right. So we're gonna try this with the we're gonna try the truncated time, and I'm hoping that truncated time actually looks like the real time. I guess we should display the truncated time also. Let's put it on the HUD. We're going to put it over here. Just to make sure that this number is... Because I can't send a message at the end of this one, I'm worried that maybe this time might be off by like a millisecond. Trunk time. Learning together. That's right. All right. So we hold 1. Okay. Trunk time matches time, so it may be just the rounding error of the time having more value. You know, it's always going to be slightly more than trunk time, right? Because we're cutting off the end of it. So our seed is 78551. Our time is 3.55, and our hash is 78551. That actually feels really small, but I guess it's... Wait, that's the same as our seed. What? What the heck? What did I do? That doesn't make any sense. It's just copying the seed. It's not supposed to. I changed the wrong variable. This is truncated time. This is adding salt. I added, yeah. The number ended up too small. That still doesn't make sense why those two values would be the same. Temp 1 multiplied by seed. And then temp 2 divided by truncated time. I think it's like it divided itself in half. Spider-Man activated instant kill. It does look kind of like Venom, right? A little bit. Like it's like if Doc Ock got the symbiote. All right, this better work, or I don't know what. 420. So seed is 8, 8, 1, 8, 1. What are these random numbers? This don't seem random at all. 420 and hash. That hash looks better. 2, 5, 9, 1, 8, 9, 7, 2. I'm gonna have to do a summary at the end of this. After all the back and forth of this thing not working, I'm gonna have to at the end explain exactly what we did. All right, so we had a time of 4.20. We added our salt 1234.56. We multiplied by our seed of 88181, and we divided by our time, truncated time, of 4.20. It's still off. Why am I getting math errors? And it's off by less than a million. It was supposed to be 259,18972. Why doesn't the math work? Truncated time matched that. It's truncated to the second decimal place. Well, we can look at the debug. This is why we have a debugger. We only need the last two messages, right? So we can delete all these older ones. Ooh, what? Uh-oh. No, I deleted more than I meant to. What the heck? What is going on here? Okay, we're gonna clear it. Hmm. 2.85 57320 248 28968 248 28968. Okay. And let's look at the debug log. So from add salt, we should have gotten why is it 1234.56? It's not adding the salt. It's not adding it to the number. This is just our salt. It's doing it without time. I think you know what it probably is? It's probably that add salt is firing after, or sorry, is firing before edit number value. So it's just taking our salt, it's adding it to 0, and then our truncated time updates. So you know what we can do? It's not itemized, that's the reason. Okay, so I don't like that this isn't happening. We need to use a different function for this. I want to do it in a way that's accurate. Yeah, truncated time needs to be before. So we can set it to 0. We set truncated time to 0. The problem is if I tell it to add truncated time or add time to truncated time, it's going to add up. So we need to ensure... I know what I can do. I got it. Okay, so on A1, when we press time, it sets truncated time to 0. That's when that happens. And then when we lift up on A2 is when it's going to add with a math function, and that's going to trigger the rest of everything else happening. So this can go back here, and then we need to add trunk time to, or add time to trunk. And that's going to be when we lift up, variable. And like you could trigger this, you could set to 0 and you can add the time whenever makes sense in your game. I was just trying to figure out how to do it in this particular setup. So we set it to 0 on button down, on button up. We take wait, do we even need to do that? Can we just set it to add it to 0? We don't even need this. Get this thing out of here. We can just say on lift up, we add time to 0 to fixed value of 0. I'm overcomplicating it. And that result is truncated time. And that sends A3, which is going to set this one off, which is going to send A4, which is going to set this one off, which is going to send A5, which we need to make, which is going to set this one off. It better work now. Let's add in all of our debugs here. Let's debug everything. We don't need to debug the roll seed. We're going to add the salt, multiply by seed, divide by time, add to trunk. I really wish we could rearrange the order so it made sense, but now this is like really ugly. Can I do it like that? And then that. No, it's still... I've never understood why these end up in the order that they do. Gosh, we'll just put them all in separate blocks. It's all tangled. There we go. So add time to trunk. Add salt. Multiply by seed. There. 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 Get it all nice and neatly organized. Looks like the digit after 1, 2, 3 is not 1, 2, 3, 4 is not counted. Where are you seeing that? It should be, because it's using a You don't have to view logs. We're only viewing logs to double check. We're viewing logs to check why our math is not working. But no, you don't. The game ID. That's all you need. So let's save. Look above your message. 88181 was your seed. 259 was the hash. Yeah. No, I wrote it down correctly. I've been writing it down on a piece of paper. The reason it was not working, I think the reason it was not working is that we were not triggering. It wasn't adding the initial time. Let's see. All right, play. All right. So time of 4.5. Trunk time's happy. Seed is 99947. Hash is 2751710. All right. Let's check our math. $4.5 plus 4.56 multiplied by the seed 99947 divided by the truncated time of 4.5. 27517. At some point, do you divide time? No, we're adding the salt. Salt is a two-digit float. All right, so let's check our log and see where the math is not mathing. Okay, these are our most recent, right? 42, 42, 42. Okay, so add time to trunk is taking 4.5 and 0. Oh, right. We wanted that. That's setting our trunk time. And then it's not truncating. What? It's displaying.
It is actually saving.
Okay, so now we know I can't truncate it. Global decimal float number, variable truncated time. The whole point was that it would knock off the decimal points, but it's not actually doing that. It's, even though it's only displaying 4.50, it's keeping that. That's why the numbers are only a little bit different. And then it added 4.56, and so 1239.061. You find the result with this constant 1234 divided by time. I'm trying to think of how we can get rid of our extra decimal points. Because the time variable is only displaying so many digits. But it's got extra digits in there. And I don't know. Change it to an integer. True. Yeah. Thank you, Damian. I forgot I can do that. That's what we needed. We need to change it to an integer. So we want to multiply it by 100 and then change it to an integer. So because we still want those decimal points in there, right? So let's we got to insert some things in here. So our truncated time, we don't need truncated time, we need integer time. Can I rename this? Or can I change it to an integer? I don't think, yeah, you can't change it to an integer. So we're going to delete it. We're going to add an integer and int time, create. All right. So time times 100 to integer. So we take our variable of time, we multiply it by 100, and we store it as an integer. And this will chop the end off of it. And that should be what we need. So now we've got variable integer time and variable integer time. This is what I've been trying to do the whole time, and I forgot that I could make the numbers an integer. I was like, ooh, floats, and then I just forgot that integers were an option. Gamion, have you filled out the giveaway form? If this works, I'm going to give you something. All right, make sure you fill out the giveaway form. I don't know what I'm going to give you yet. I'm going to send you something special. If this works, this better work. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm going to do. I might just jump in front of a moving vehicle. You can divide time by 1,000 to reduce decimals. Yeah, well, so we're multiplying it by 100 to move it on, but what part are we on now? It's still the same part. I took an extra hour to forget how integers work. Oh, I got a reply from Temio that they're playing now. Their next match is in an hour and a half. Then it'll ping me. I don't know. We'll rate them at some point. My wife said they're leaving soon. All right. If it doesn't work, Alex is sending you a bill. No, I'm not going to do that. Did I save? I think I saved. All right. Can I clear the log from here? I don't know. Wait, why don't I have I didn't have any variables on screen. What's up with that? Uh-oh. I broke the logger. All right. Where are my variables? Where are my variables at? Chat? We didn't change anything with that, did we? Oh, that's why we broke the HUD. That's because I changed that variable. So much suspense. That's right. We broke the HUD because I got rid of the truncated time, but I didn't see it because it's over here. There we go. Integer time. Now we should be good. Hey, there we go. That's better. All right. So we hold it for a few seconds. 292. Uh-oh. It's rounding. It rounded up. I don't know if we want that. It's gonna depend on which side of a millisecond we're on. You can keep that as part of the screenshot. We could. It's just like another thing, right? Maybe we can integer it first? No, because then it would get rid of all the trailing stuff anyway. The player doesn't need to know. You know what? Oh, that isn't gonna help. You know, okay. No, I know what we can do. We can integer it. Let's make it 1 digit shorter. So instead of, we're gonna make it so we know what it rounds to. So if we only multiply it by 10, we'll be able to see if it rounds up or not. So now it's going to round based on what we can see. So if we get over 5/100ths of a second, see, it rounds up to 227. What if you use a ton of integers? No, I think this should be good now. So we know that, like, we see the time 2.68. If you're evaluating it, you know that that's going to round up to 27. So it should be 2.68 to 27. The seed is 52755, and our hash is 2464948. What is with these numbers having like so many repeating things? All right. The moment of truth. Did we get this to integer correctly? All right. We've got our time, which translates to 27 tenths of a second. We are adding our salt, which is 1234.56. We are multiplying it by the seed, which is 52755, and dividing by the time, which is integer time, which means it's dividing by 27. 2, 4, 6, 4, 9, 4, 8. Hot damn, we did it! Yay! Okay. Thank you so much, Gamion, for reminding me that integers are a real thing, and that honestly, I thought, will it integer? It could be a game show. Will it integer? Teamwork makes the dream work. Just because you said that, you're not getting a prize anymore. I'm sorry. No, I'll still send you something. Gamion, do you like ducks? Do you like our collectible ducks in the sandbox? Yes. Okay. Let's see. Do you already have an Alex duck? You already have one of these? You do not. All right. Well, you do now. Or you will in a little bit. Duck to Gamion. Make sure to feed it. There's an ad. Did it just start? Hey, welcome back, everybody. All right. I don't know if you where the ad cut off what I was saying, but Gamiana, I'm going to be sending you a Kamisazi duck. Red Lily Rose says, make sure to feed it. Yes, it particularly likes burgers. Yeah. With cheddar cheese, not American. Okay, so now that we've went through all of that with me not remembering how to, or not realizing that the time was I guess I'll explain for those of you who missed it. The reason why we were running into the math not mathing was because even though the time only displays the 10th and 100th place of a second, it's a much longer number. It's accurate to, I don't know, the millionth of a second or something like that. There was a bunch of digits after a second. And so by looking at the debug, so we turned on debugging. We activated our little bug sensors. Well, I guess, did we have them on for these? Did we turn them off at some point? Oh, you know, I think when you leave and come back, it resets all the debugging. So we were able to see in the logger, which is this guy over here. We could see that the resulting numbers that we were doing math with had a bunch more decimal places than they were supposed to, because apparently floats store all the extra digits even though they don't display them. So basically we were getting rounding errors. Now we know that we need to set it to an integer. So our whole process here, if you want to make this this is the lesson moment. Our whole process is that at the beginning of the game, so we have on player join, we roll a random number between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 99999, and that's just so that way we get something very random. It's not going to be like 1001 or something that has a bunch of zeros in it. I mean, it would still be pretty random, like you wouldn't know, but we always get a big number. And then when our player crosses the finish line, or whatever they do, when their time is calculated, at the moment that they cross the finish line, we take our player's time variable and we multiply it by 10 and set it as an integer. And because we can see the two digits of decimal time, we know if we need to round it up or down. And we use that integer. And then we are adding our salt number to it. We're multiplying it by the seed, and we're dividing it by the time. So the only things that we would actually see in the screenshot, we would take off the integer time. The only things that we would actually see are the validation. Now, somebody pointed out Gickus only had the hash, basically. And that just means that he wasn't using a random seed, which is fine. You don't have to use the random seed is an optional thing. The random seed just makes it that much harder to calculate. You could use whatever you want for the salt. So basically, Gickus was probably using a salt, and he may have changed it from day to day. So whatever day the screenshot is submitted on, he knows what number he needs for that day. But all that you need, if you get a screenshot like this, is you just need to know the order that you did the math in and your salt. And so we know that if we take 3.4, which is the time that we got up there, 3.4, we multiply by 10, so we've got 34. So we should be able to do 34, 34, add our salt, 1, 2, 3, 4.56, multiply by our seed, 40551, and divide by our time again, which was 34. And our answer is 151298. Well, okay, so it rounds. 151298, and then round up to 2. And so we would be able to look at that screenshot and go, that is correct, right? But somebody who's playing this, they look at these numbers and how do you combine these numbers? Like what order? Because there's a fourth number and they don't know what the fourth number is. And if they play again, they're going to have a new random seed. So every single time they play, the seed is going to be different, and it's not going to help them arrive at the same conclusion. It's just going to make it more complicated. There are probably ways that you can make this better. Like I said, I'm not an expert in encryption. But the key is that you don't use the same order of math that I did. Change the order that these functions happen in, change whether they're multiplication or division, change if they are what your seed values could be. Change everything. Change the order, change the functions, change the numbers. Don't do it the way I have it set up, because if anybody watches this and they want to try to reverse engineer your thing, this will be their guide, right? Is there a sync global time when an experience is not playing, time still running? Only while the server's up. So if you start a clock in the server, when the first person who goes to play, it turns the server on. But as soon as they leave, after about 5 minutes or so, the server shuts down. So you could use a global time for all players in a certain session to validate stuff if you wanted to. But as soon as all the players are gone, eventually the server will close, and then the next time somebody goes to that game, it'll bring it back up again. But there's no like real time, and there's no like always online time. You would have to sit in the server all day to keep a global clock running. Don't do that. It's a waste of your time to do that. Yeah. And once you know like this step, don't tell anybody what your system is. People submit their screenshot, and the numbers, and they don't know your salt, and then you can run the math and be like, yes, that is accurate. Any idea when 0.12 is getting dropped? Soon TM. I mean, I would say very soon TM. Like it's imminent. It's coming this summer. It is very, very, very soon. Soon enough that people are already working in it for stuff. People on special lists. Okay. So as far as somebody who might be trying to use like a cheat engine, I'll go back over that. When SHA-256 rule, like I said, I'm not an expert in cryptography, and I mean this is kind of similar to doing something like that, but because we don't have like specific like we don't have like bitwise operations, and we can't do like the whole truncating thing, like we can't like really do that. I mean, I guess if you use the right combination of dividing something into if you divide something into a float and then make it an integer or something, like you can control the number of digits. It would require a lot of like checking if a value is above or below a certain amount. It would be super annoying. I'm trying to make something really simple. This is a very simple, like once you know the right way to do it, which I messed up a little bit. This is really simple to implement on your system to make a single player leaderboard. All we do is visible by the core dev. I'm not worried, just ask. What does that mean? All we do is visible by the core dev? Like, are you asking if the Sandbox developers can see that you're doing something like this? I thought he had some statistics logs for his ambassador games as for his games as he's an ambassador. Oh, sorry. I missed what you said, Validub. Gigas made a game with only a game ID, and it was not changing at all. It was only given to you at the start of the game, and somehow he could check the session date and your score. So the session date and your score. I mean, that might not be what he was doing with a game ID. Like, a game ID might not be a hash. His game ID might be, like, what day it was. But if everybody had a different game ID... Oh, I don't want to, like, reveal his secrets, but the game ID might have been, like, your score, some math function with his salt. The difference between what we were doing and what Gigas might have been doing is the random number. So if he set like the date, like what's today? July 19th. So if his salt was 7/19/25, 71,925, and he multiplied it by your score, that might have been your game ID. So all he would have to do is divide the game ID by your score, and then he could say, "Oh, you played on this day," and that would tell him the session date, which would mean that he was republishing the game every day with a new game ID or a new date. There's no function in the sandbox to check what day or time it is, and there's no like game session records that I know of. Like, the leaderboard will keep track of submitted scores, but that's it. It doesn't say, oh, this player played this game at this time. That data might be stored somewhere, but I'm not aware of it. You can, so if the EP system is used, the EP system can say this person completed this quest at this time and day. But I highly doubt Gigas was using that, because it's I think the data's somewhat, like, not super useful unless you're trying to say, yes, you did complete this quest. Like, the only reason I know of that we use it is to check if the EP system is working. But yeah, ambassadors don't really have any extra access to gameplay data than other people do. If you okay, so Team Sabga, you said yes if I do my own SHA-256. So that's the thing where I say, like, I'm not an expert in cryptography. I like vaguely know what a SHA-256 is, but I've never, like, worked with one or really researched it. So I don't actually know, like, what you're referring to. So if you're saying, like, if you're using a 256, is that a 256 digit salt? Is that what you're saying? I don't think we can store a variable that big. Is the problem? I don't think that's what that is, right? It's a 256 encryption key, 256 digit encryption key. It is an algorithm. Yeah. So You just ask. I mean, the Sandbox staff, we have the power to check stuff, so there's no way to use it in Game Maker. Yeah, I didn't think so. That's why I was setting this up as like as a simple sort of encryption, very simple. Yeah, most Sandbox staff, Sandbox staff who actually use the Game Maker, would be able to check on how you set things up. But for the most part, Sandbox staff do not like participate in any events, and like if like I'll play people's games on stream, but I never submit my scores for like their competitions and stuff. Now you're getting into the realms of having to do goofy stuff like anti-cheat apps taking over your whole PC and horrible stuff like that. Yeah, so no rootkit involved here. Alex did something similar just today. What do you mean? Oh, you mean making a encryption hash? I mean, it's kind of what this was, right? If you want to get really secure, it's not that serious at Sandbox. I don't know. I feel like the rewards involved when you think about how much like sand and NFTs and stuff get given away from the Sandbox compared to Call of Duty, or what's a game that uses a rootkit? Was it Helldivers 2? I think uses a rootkit, right? You don't win money from Helldivers. But yeah, so anybody working at the Sandbox, they could lose like their job and privileges if they used their access to the systems to reverse engineer your game and like win your competition by doing it. Like, that's not worth losing our jobs over. So that's not really a concern. I can check how people's logic works, and I use that sometimes to support people's projects when they're like, I can't get this to work, or like, what happens if I do this? And I can like actually pull up like what they built to figure it out. But it's not, first of all, I'm wasteful with my time, so like I'll do that. Most other Sandbox devs don't have the time to spend to like check in on your game logic, so they're not going to worry about it. Maybe like support staff, if they're specifically helping you with a ticket, they might. But yeah, I'm one of the few people who's actually going to like load up your game and figure out what's going on with it. I think what Red Lily Rose means is that games that install a rootkit can theoretically take over, right? Like if you install a game that uses a rootkit for like DRM reasons, in theory, if that company was compromised, then somebody could have access to a rootkit that's on your system. But we don't have anything like that. So get into like the rootkit stuff. So the reason why you would have a rootkit is to make sure that somebody's not using something like Cheat Engine to check RAM, because that's using like really low level stuff to access things that most programs can't, like the exact parts of your RAM that are being used for different programs. So like I was saying, we roll this seed at the start of the game, so that way it's not okay, so because we're displaying it on screen, it doesn't really matter that we roll it at the start, because they'll be able to see it anyway. I suppose if you didn't show it, you kind of need to show it. I'm trying to think if there's a situation where you could not show the seed. and be able to still figure out the math. If we have an extra variable. Yeah, I guess you don't need to show the seed if you know enough of the other numbers. If you just know the result. I'm trying to think. If we know the final output, that would be the only variable missing, right? So we've got, say, A is our random seed. So we've got our time plus our salt multiplied by the seed, say A, divided by time equals hash. Yeah, because we know what all the other numbers are. So we don't even need to show the random seed. The reason why you might want to show the seed is if the numbers are too fuzzy. So we knew that. Let's see if I can do the math here. Algebra, why? Why am I doing algebra? Our time was 27 plus our salt, which we know is 1,234.56. And then we multiplied it by our seed, and we divided it by our time. Yeah, algebraically, like, you don't even need to show the seed. You just need the final output of the hash, as long as there's no other numbers that you need. So that makes it way more secure. I think actually showing the seed, you don't want to show the seed. It's still going to be hard for people to calculate exactly how you got there, but they could, in theory, figure it out eventually. Especially if they don't know how you're rounding the time. If they, yeah, actually, definitely don't show the seed. As I'm thinking about it, because they don't know your salt. It would take a lot of permutations of this before they'd be able to figure it out. But if they know the seed, then they will eventually figure it out. The thing is that if you show the seed, it's very quick and easy for you to figure out if the hash is correct. If you don't show the seed, then you have to do the algebra backwards to figure it out, which is a little more tough. So our hash was what was it? 2464948. Trying to see if where Temiu's at. I think Temiu's not ready for the next match yet. Let's do an algebra lesson. So we got our formula, which is time. We'll say integer time plus salt and then that's times our seed, and that's over I went to art school because I didn't want to do math. Over our integer time. right? And so we know that our integer time was 27. So it was 2.68 seconds, but it was 27 tenths of a second when we round it. And we know that our salt is 1234.56. Right? Mario Raven says you can do an Excel spreadsheet fraction to each time to calculate for the values. Yeah. So once you know the equation, like if you can set it up in a spreadsheet, then you just type in the number and it'll spit out whether it's valid or not, basically. We already know the seed, but we're reverse engineering it. Oh yeah, and then we need to say equals. Oops. And our final number was 2464948. Copy that. And our integer time here is 27. Right? So we multiply both sides by 27. So 2464948 times 27 is 66553,596. And let's see, 27 plus 1234.56 is that. So we need to divide both sides by this number. So that's it's been so long since I've done algebra like this. So 66553,596 divided by 1261.56 is equal to 52754 4.9985. And we got 52755 was our seed. Why are we figuring this out? I don't remember. What was the point of this? It was to check if the seed was correct. No, Valvestine, you haven't missed anything. We're getting deep into the weeds with algebra, and I don't remember why. So I'm able to figure out the seed, but I think maybe we do need to show the seed. Because otherwise, like, what am I checking against? right? Does that make sense? What am I checking against if I know all the numbers, or if I don't know all the numbers? Like, I can't check if that's correct or not. So I think you do need to show the seed, right? This is where I'm like, I'm not an expert in cryptography. I don't know how easy it is to reverse engineer this. I think I was only able to figure out the seed because I knew the salt. Right? So one way or another, you're going to know one thing. Yeah. If we didn't show the seed, then we wouldn't know if the hash is correct. That's why we always needed to show the seed. Because otherwise we have two unknowns, and then it's just as difficult for us to figure it out. There would be nothing to check it against. So anyway, some ways that you can try to obfuscate this from like a cheat engine. So ignore what I said about not showing the seed. You do need to show the seed, otherwise you can't check the hash. Some ways to like make this more difficult for somebody to kind of trick the RAM into showing the right answers. There's some different ideas that you could consider. One would be splitting up the variables into different sections. So like there's more, like if you store the variables in multiple parts, basically it's kind of like using a salt again, but instead of storing the seed as a single variable, you can store the seed as like two variables. So anytime like we do the random roll for the seed, subtract some number from it and only add it back in when you do the math for the actual calculation. So people won't see the seed for like the whole time they're playing the game. 99% of players won't understand how your hash works, even if it's easy to reverse engineer. No one likes doing math anyway. Yeah. Well, the part of the thing that we're trying to solve is we want to make it so somebody can't use something like a cheat engine and just change what their time says at the end. So, like, even if they, yeah, it would be difficult for them to reverse engineer it at any point. But you can make the variables like harder to tell what they're for. Or make more variables count in towards the calculations. So if you have people collecting coins in the game, as well as the time, show the value of their coins and make that part of the equation. The number of lives, that becomes part of the equation. All these different things you can do, which would come into play for your final calculation. You could even use optional salts. So you could have a random function say, choose 1, 2, or 3. And depending on if it chooses 1, 2, or 3, it could choose a different salt for each one of those. And it wouldn't show anywhere which salt is being chosen. You would just know that when you go to check, have your spreadsheet function run the math for all 3 options, and then if it's option 1, option 2, or option 3. If one of them is valid, then it's a valid score, right? Does that make sense? What I'm saying? So instead of having just a single salt that it always uses, have it pick from one of multiple salts on a random function that runs at the beginning of the game. It doesn't change at any point, and then all of a sudden this number is the reason why the hash is what it is. But for somebody trying to use a cheat engine to read the RAM, they're like, where is this number coming from? What does this number mean? And each time they go back, it's going to end up being a different number, and they have no way of knowing. But because you know each of the possible salts that it could be, you can say, okay, out of the, these five, for this time, there's these 5 possible hashes that it could be. So yeah, all these things are just a way to like eliminate like 99.9% of would-be cheaters who want to just put in like, oh, this is my score, totally, it's legit, I got the best time, give me all the sand. And you're like, no, you cheated. Hey Roar over on Twitch. So yeah, we don't do any hiring through the Twitch streams. You can always check out our website down at the bottom. There's a link for careers. Although I don't believe there are any jobs posted at the moment, but that's where you're gonna want to go. All right. So, Valvestine, are you still here? I'm gonna ping you on. Yes. Okay. Valvestine, it's your turn. After all this time spent going back and forth, and I finally got it set up right. And I'll try to make a condensed video of this, because I was not expecting to have so many issues with the rounding of the time. I was really surprised that it stored so many digits. So, your question was about quest objectives, right? Like how you set up, like you go and talk to somebody, they give you a quest. You know what? Let's do this in a new experience. We're going to save and exit. How to add a quest marker on the NPC too. Yep. We'll do all the functions of it. We need music. I just noticed it was really quiet. All right, so we got our NPC. He gives us the quest, right? He's gonna walk around. Actually, we won't have him walk around. He's just gonna stand there. We're gonna make him an asker. And he's gonna be like, you want a quest? And we don't need any messages for those responses, but we're gonna say yeah and no. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna leave it yes. Quest giver. What the heck? There's like a giant hair belonging to one of my daughters on my keyboard, and I don't know where it came from. It must have been like stuck to my sleeves or something. All right, and in our gameplay, we're gonna set up an objective. Oh, over here, add objective. Quest 1. Find the coins. Message to unlock. We don't need to unlock it. We're just going to launch it. Requires message A1. And it's going to be a counter type for collected objects. And coin is going to be the tag. And we need 5 of them. And quest completion. We are going to require message. And it's going to be A2. And that is our first quest here. All right. Now we do want a toggle on this guy. So after we accept the quest, it's going to turn off. So A1 is going to make him stop talking. And the initial behavior is going to be true. So we can talk to him. He's going to ask if we want a quest. We say yes. And the quest didn't start. Oh, you know what? I think it only works with multiplayer, right? Wasn't that a change? I feel like we need to make this multiplayer. Hold on a second. Because of changes to the quest system. It should have saved all of our things here. Toggle, turn off message, initial behavior state. Yep. Not gameplay. Objectives. Yeah, they only interact with multiplayer. So if you're using something in like rules, you want to use the send to single player. But for the most part, just set this all up with multiplayer functions. Now it should work. There it is. No? What am I doing wrong here? Interact, quest giver, message is A1. Edit logic. Broadcast type all should be fine. Quest giver A1. Why is it not starting the quest? So he only gets the quest giver's icon if we put an indicator on him, which I didn't do yet, but that's not related. Do you need to have existing tags? I don't think so. That's never been a requirement before. This is not a very complicated thing that I've set up here. I mean, I guess we can change... Maybe because we're turning it off with the rule? What the heck? This is a very simple thing. Because we didn't have a message unlocking it. I thought if it was it, so okay, I feel like this used to be the case that unlocking it was automatic if it was set to none, but I guess not. There's some situations where you want to like talk to an NPC and like you try to get the quest but it's not active yet, so that's why there's the unlock and the launch. I guess you can set it to the same message. None used to mean that it would automatically happen, but I guess that changed. This is me being old. So now our turn off message is A1. Okay. There were auto unlock before, Lieutenant General. Yeah, that's what I feel like it was always like that, right? I don't know when that changed. It's been a little while since I made a quest, I guess. And there's no auto unlock anymore, so it's like, okay. It's just messing with me. All right. So now we got our quest set up, right? And we need our coins. Well, let's set up the indicator, right? So you need to add component and an indicator. They need to update the tutorials. I mean, probably. It depends on where you're reading the tutorials from. There's a lot of different spots. And with 0.12 coming out, everything's going to have to update anyway. So I'm actually the one who's working on the Git book. So if you have any issues with the tutorial, like not working there, I guess the best thing to do would be to make a Discord ticket that the Git book's not up to date, and then just like let them know that I'm the one who told you to ask that, so they can tag me in the thing that's not accurate. But there's going to be a bunch of updates related to 0.12, so I'm working through it. I didn't used to be the person who took care of it, so now I need to like read through everything that I haven't read in there before to check it all. It's going to take a while. All right, so we interact. The turning off the message is so that way he doesn't keep on asking us if we want the quest. We've already got the quest. He can shut up now. We can display interaction. We can say to talk. Linked quest ID. We want to select quest 1. So I added the indicator last because if we added the indicator before we made the objective, we wouldn't have a quest 1 option there. Now we can set it to quest 1. Quest cursors is turned on. We're going to hit edit logic just so we can see all the options. Quest giver for quest 1. So if we don't set what quest he's the giver for, like the reason why you have these options is because you could have them be for different things. Like he could be the quest giver for quest 1 and quest 2 and quest 3. And he could be the receiver for quest 4 and quest 5, right? You can put only one indicator on him and link him to as many quests as you need to. This linked quest ID is not super important, actually. I think we don't need it at all, technically. This is more for like back-end stuff that isn't really used unless you unless you're like in a season with EP, I think. And then it's like the staff needs that stuff. So if we say, if we have none on here right now, it's just going to show the interact. See, press E to talk. And now we can go up to him, but his behavior's off. So he doesn't say anything to us, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to add our quest giver and quest receiver for quest 1. And then we need our coins. And we're going to make them collectible. Again, they need to be multiplayer in order to work with the quest system. Collision is fine. Message on collect is going... Well, we don't need a message on collect, but we just need the tag to say coin. And we hit enter to make sure that it saves it there. And we can add a sound. just for the fun of it. And now we want an indicator on there. So we don't display an interaction, but we do want the quest cursor, and it's the quest objective for quest 1. Let's see. So we can see that it's not showing anything because there's no quest active yet. Okay, why did the indicator not show up for him? Is it because we didn't link the quest ID? That didn't used to be necessary. Oh, because it's not unlocked yet. That's why. So that has to do with the unlock thing. And actually, I think that's why we don't do the auto unlock anymore. Gosh, it's been so long since I've set one of these up. So we're going to add a rule on player join. It's going to send message join. And that's going to be our unlock. For the objective. So it's not going to activate it. It only shows the objective markers once the quest is unlocked. And so let's duplicate these out. So now he's got the marker. See, it goes away once the quest is accepted. We got these markers all here. And now he's got the question mark to receive the quest. Of course, we didn't set up any behavior for him as we come back. So what we need here is a logic donut. And this is going to be another asker. Again, multiplayer. And we're going to do interact. And we're also going to add a toggle to this. So he asks if we're done, and it's going to send this A2 message. But the A2 message is only going to work if we are actually done, right? So, because we've got this objective here, and it requires the A2 message to complete the quest. And if we haven't completed the quest, A2 is not going to do anything. And then we'll send A3 after it completes, which is going to turn off him talking entirely. So we have the initial behavior state of this asker be off, because we don't want him asking if we're done with the quest before we get the quest. When we talk to him the first time, he sends A1, which starts the quest and turns on this asker. And then we can go and talk to him, and it'll send A2 every time we say yes, but nothing will happen until we're actually done with the quest. So once the quest can be completed, A3 is going to turn off this asker, and then it's done. So I go up to him. You get the quest. Want a quest? Yes. We talk to him again. He goes, "Are you done?" We say yes. Nothing happens. We can do it as many times as we want. We grab our coins. Now the quest is done. We gotta turn it in. Are you done? Yes. Now the quest completes, and we're done. I got another small question, if it's not too much to ask. Is it possible to add sounds to the coins when you collect them without taking a quest? Is that possible, or collecting sounds only applied after taking the quest? So the collection noise is part of the collection, not part of the quest. So these, because these are on the map, they're just collectible at any time. So we can actually collect half of these. Come on. There we go. We can collect, say, 3 of them. And when we talk to him and start the quest, it brings this up. And then we can go and complete it. It didn't used to work that way. It used to be that if you collected the coins and then started the quest, you were stuck. Because the game didn't recognize if you had coins in your inventory. And we used to have like workarounds to be like, oh, you only spawn the coins after the quest starts, and it's so much better now. I don't know if you can hear the game. But the sound is coming from the collection, not from the quest. That's what you want, right? You want it to make a sound no matter what. Come on. Oh, what are you thinking about so hard? Yeah, so if you add the sound to the collection component, it will always make the sound when you pick them up. Assuming your game ever starts. Huh. It didn't even show the thing. There it goes. So that's an interesting note. If you've already collected all the items, the thing doesn't pop up. I didn't know that. Let's see. What's the other thing you can do? Oh, so one thing that I find kind of fun is if you don't make him the asker, and you make him an animated decoration instead. So we duplicate what we've got for the behavior here. So let's see. We copy his asker and apply it here. Okay, and now both of these are going to trigger with A1. But only one is active from the start. And when we interact with him, he's going to be an animated decoration. And he's going to default to idle. That plays on start. We add an animation of... well, he doesn't have a talking animation. Let's replace him with somebody better. Replace with Pumpkin Spice Alex. So on interact, on receive message, interact, he will do talk 1, which is this. Does not infinite loop. Plays one count. And message at end is we're going to send A2. And we're going to use that as our play condition for this one. So play on message A2. I'm pretty sure that he's going to default to idle. Yeah, he's moving. So the asker, the animated decoration will always play the default animation until you send some sort of message or have a play on start. So the play on start's not super necessary because unless, well, you would want to use the play on start if you wanted to play a certain number of loops. So you could say instead of looping once, it plays the animation, or instead of looping infinitely, say it would loop like 3 times and then play a message at the end of it or something. You could do something like that. But if you just want them standing idle, you don't need to set a message for that. So he'll play the talk animation, and at the end of the talk animation, he's going to loop back with A2. We don't want this one to be interruptible, because if we interrupt him, if we keep on interacting with him over and over, he's going to keep on like restarting that animation. So we don't make it interruptible, so it plays it just once, and then he goes back to idle. And message at the start of the talk animation is going to be A1, which is going to activate our askers. Then we've got our toggle, our indicator, and we want to add one more thing, which would be a speaker component. And if we answer falsely, so I set this up a long time ago. Oh, Temio's live. Okay, so we're not going to worry about what happens if we lie to him. I showed how to do that in an old stream. But if we talk to him now, he'll give us the quest. He should send... Wait, he's not sending it. Interact. Well, he's supposed to do that one. I messed something up. Play count, A2, play message, idle, A1. Maybe message at end, it should play through and then send it. I've done this before and it worked. I don't know why it's not working right now. Oh, we're toggling him off at the end. We don't want to do that. There he goes. So now he does the talk. I messed it up a little bit, but I think you get the idea. The idea is like you toggle him, or you interact with him. He sends the message over to the asker. You actually get the things. And he's looking at us because we have the speaker on him. And then we interact with him again. And now he goes to the animation again. Yes. Hey! Except it didn't. I did it wrong. I broke it. I could fix it. But we're going to do that raid. Valvestine, I'll keep on showing you after the raid. So everybody on Twitch, I'm going to have you raid over to Sand Squad here. Temio. So we're going to raid Temio Sand Squad. So you can check out the tournament that's going on. All right, have a great weekend, everybody. Valvestine, just hang out for a second, and we'll keep on going through answering your question. All right, make sure you root real hard for the competitors. And there's prizes. Oh, we didn't run the giveaway. Well, if you won the giveaway, you'll get an orange hat. All right, rating now. All right, we're gonna roll that giveaway right now before I forget. Ah, man, it's tough without a co-host. Let's see, random number generator. All right. Link to sheets. Create. All right, we had 15 applicants, numbers between 2 and 16 on the sheet. Roll a 7. Nope, they've already won before. I'm gonna roll again. I know that name. Hey, Ian the IT guy. Ian the IT guy, you don't have a Wizzy the Orange in chat yet? Let's check OpenSea, make sure. He's already got a Wizzy the Orange Singe tab. All right, let's try that again. 14. Red Lily Rose, do you? I feel like you got an orange hat recently. Or maybe. Yeah, you got an orange hat also. Did anybody not actually get a hat yet? Let's check out this. This name doesn't look familiar to me. I don't think that they've won before. They have one. I don't know who this is. Everybody I'm rolling already's got a hat. That's Ian the IT guy again. Let's see. Come on, give me a different number. Hey, we got a winner. So congratulations to Zmart Duck on Twitch. I know you're not here anymore because I raided you all over to the other channel, but Zmart Duck, you won, and that'll just be sent over to you, so you don't even have to do anything about it. All right, Valvestein. So you had a question. Short question about you. Were you a game dev before Sandbox? Sort of, not in an official sense. I've been a hobbyist since I was a little kid. When I was probably 7 or 8, I had this program. Gosh, I can't remember what it was called. I think it was by Broderbund. It was like Game Workshop or something like that. What was it called? It wasn't Kid Pix, although I do remember Kid Pix. You can't make a clip that long, actually. But I'll make a short one and we can clip that. Or I'll do a brief description. What was the thing called? I can picture it in my head. So anyway, there was some program in the 90s I had it on Windows 95 computer where you could like drag and drop, and it was just a demo. I didn't have the full software, but you could like drag and drop things to make like a platformer or to make a side-scrolling shooter, things like that. So like all the mechanics were already in there. So it's like you press this button, it makes this thing move. This thing has physics on it. This thing, counts points or whatever. Not unlike the way the sandbox is set up, but a little more, like low level stuff. And so that was kind of my first introduction into game making, and I kind of forgot about that for a while. And then when I was in middle school, Bionicle by Lego blew up, and there was a forum where people were sharing games that they were making for Bionicle, and I was like, you made this? And that got me really into pixel art and Game Maker, which is now called the Yo-Yo Games Game Maker, the Game Maker language and all that stuff. And RPG Maker, which at the time you could only pirate it if you wanted it in English because there was no official English translation. Now I own all of the RPG Makers on Steam from the 95 version to... I don't think I have the most recent version. I've got like MV, I think is the last one that I have. And yeah, ever since then, ever since I was about 13 or 14, I've always kept like RPG Maker and Game Maker handy, and whole collections of like pixel art. I just have like a drive full of tons of art, like free art assets that I've collected over the years. And it was always a dabble thing. I never like finished a project. I would try making platformers. I would try making like Legend of Zelda style dungeon crawlers. I think I got further along making stuff in RPG Maker than I ever did in Game Maker, because Game Maker had a lot of limitations when I was trying to use it. It's much better now than what it was before, but I never quite got the hang of using Game Maker. Not the Sandbox Game Maker, but this other Game Maker. But RPG Maker, actually not long before I started working at the Sandbox, I was working on some projects that I got really into, and got pretty far along. And then I got into voxel art, and I was gonna do renders in voxel art and put them into the RPG Maker game that I was making. But then I got my job at the Sandbox. But yeah, I went to school for art and graphic design, not for game development at all. Game development was just always the thing that I was like really interested in as like a hobby. So Portal 2 level designer is awesome. Oh yeah, I forgot, not for Portal 2, but Quake 3, I used to mess around with, I can't remember what the tool's called. But there's like some level editor stuff for that. It's not Forge, because that's the Halo thing. But yeah, I remember messing around with like Unreal 2003 or something like that. Unreal Engine would have been Unreal Engine 1 or 2, I think. I tried messing around with that. I remember launching it for the first time, and there was like a demo world that had like wheat waving in the wind, and I was blown away that my computer could even show that. I'd never seen something so 3D before. Yeah. I've messed around with a lot of different game making tools. Okay. Valvestein, if you want the this will be the clip. All right. So, I think we need a simpler version of this guy, right? As long as you know that, let's duplicate him. Let's hide this one. We're gonna get rid of this and just put the asker. indicator. Take the speaker off. Say does A1. A1 starts our quest. That's why this never worked correctly. Are you done? It was supposed to be A2. And then turn on A1, A3. Let me just make sure this works. Nope. Since A1, we need the toggle off. Okay. Yay, it works. All right. So now we can start the clip. So what we set up is in our objectives, we have a join message that gets sent when a player starts the game. We used a on-player join in the rules system to activate it. It does need to be unlocked for the objective marker to show over the head. So we've got our gameplay rules, on player join, sends the join message. That is going to make the objective show up. The launch message we have as A1, which we are getting from our asker on the NPC. We got our counter. It's going to count how many objects we've collected with the correct tag. And it's going to require a message of A2 for completion, and it's going to send out an A3. Obviously, you can make these messages whatever you want. When we talk to this guy, we say that yes, we want the quest, and that sends our A1 message to start the quest. On our logic, we've got an indicator component that displays the interaction for talking. It doesn't need the linked ID there, but we do need the cursors on for quest giver and quest receiver. And we are going to toggle his behavior off after it gets that A1 message that we have accepted the quest. On the coins, they're collectible with collision. If you want to set a noise on them, you have to click edit logic. That edit logic is actually going away in 0.12. Everything will show up on one screen, which will be a lot more convenient. We've got the coin tag for our quest. We've got a coin collect sound. And we've got our indicator with the quest objective, quest 1, turned on. And then we've got this last asker here. If we just put it right on top of him, this will toggle on after we've talked to him the first time, and it will ask us if we're done collecting, and it'll send that A2 to complete the quest, and A3, when the quest is actually completed, will turn everything off so he doesn't keep talking. And so now we get the quest objective, we talk to him, it shows our objectives here, we get them, we talk to him, are you done? And then everything completes, and he stops talking. And that's that. So now that I've gone through that, let's see if we can fix this guy real quick. So we interact with him. Animated decorations with us. Talk. So he talks when we give him the message of interact. And at the end of that, he's going to send A2 to loop us back to idle. That infinite loops, but it is interruptible. Oh, I think that was the problem, is we weren't interrupting the animation. So the idle needs to be interruptible so that way we can talk to him at any point. But we don't want the talk to be interruptible. And message at start is going to be A1. So A1 is going to activate all of our askers, but only the ones that are needed at that time. So A1 and then A2. A2 will loop us back. And he's got the indicator. Quest giver, quest receiver. And he will look at us. So there was I think the way I set it up before is that if you tried to tell him that you completed the quest, there was another object. So basically, this had health on it. It could be anything, like it could be a donut. But I'm gonna make it not a donut just so you can see it. So we say that it has 5 HP. And it's immune to attacks. Message sent on death, we'll say A4. Actually, it doesn't need a message, it just needs to go away. Always hidden. Doesn't have a life bar. Not stunnable. Okay, so it's got 5 HP, and it's gonna have the coin. We'll add a coin tag to it, even though it's not collectible. And so on these coins, when we pick them up, they're gonna have a collection message. And their collect message is going to be health, and we set it to -1. And it's going to broadcast to a specific tag. You could also do selected actors if you wanted. But everything's close enough by, it doesn't matter. And the broadcast tag is going to be coin. And then we can duplicate that out. And so now, as we pick up these coins, it will take away this guy's health. Until he dies. So when we talk to this guy another time, did I get rid of the other donut? I did. So let's see. Hey, the real headshot. How's it going? Oh, you're welcome, Timio. Did you rate us back? You rated us back. I was gonna end, but I kept on. I was trying to finish something up. How'd it go? Who won? Who's the victor? Musty, congratulations, Musty. Moving on to round 2. Glad to hear that it went well. Good. Glad you had fun. I do need to finish up. I have to go meet my family at a party they're at. They left like 2 hours ago. We got our fourth quarter finalists. 4 more matches next few days. Nice. All right, so this activates with A1. You want a quest. Let's see. I need to not use the A's because it gets too confusing. So instead, we're gonna have talk be the message, and idle be the message, and idle plays with idle. And if we had a bunch of NPCs, we might use the NPC name. All right, and so the talk message is what's activating this one. And quest accept that one. And quest accept is going to be not what turns this on. This is the first one, so we actually don't want to. It's on by default. So it doesn't need to turn on message. Initial behavior is true. It does need a quest started message to turn it off. And we'll go to our objectives. So quest accept here. Quest end and quest complete. Your message is there. And now we duplicate out our asker here. So again, this one also triggers with talk. So we can trigger as many conversation points as we want with the same message from the same character just by interacting with him to talk to him. And we're just toggling them on and off depending on what the state of the quest is. So we've now accepted the quest. So are you done? And it's going to say quest check. Or actually we can yeah, no, we'll do quest check. That makes a little more sense. We just want to change it in objective. This will be quest check. We don't need that quest end message. So remember, that quest check, it's only going to work if we've collected all the coins. If we haven't collected all the coins, then we can send the quest check as many times as we want, but the quest is not going to complete because the coins aren't gone. So quest check goes through there. We want to turn on the speaker after quest is started. And we turn it off with quest complete. So that way he doesn't talk anymore. Initial behavior is false. So it's not the first thing he says, only once we've started the quest. Now, when we say quest check, it's going to send to our guy who's going to die here. So, and he's gonna send quest lie. And we send it to all, it doesn't matter. Broadcast duration once. Wait for broadcast is quest check. So when we say, yes, we completed it, it sends quest check to him. If he's still alive, he goes, no, he's lying. And it's going to cause this guy to yell at us. So we can add another animation. We can say angry, or is there an anger? Mad? Mad. Yes, mad works. Plays on receive message, quest lie. Plays once. Not interruptible. And then on our speaker, he's gonna say, hey, no lies. And he's going to speak that on the message of quest lie. So, as long as this guy, who's going to be invisible, we're not going to know he's there. You know, you can hide him underground. It's fine. Like I said, it could be a logic donut. It could be anything. It's just not. It's just there for the logic processing. So each time we collect a coin, it takes away his health until he's dead. And if he's dead and we check the quest, our quest completes and the lie message never gets sent. But if he's still alive because we haven't collected all the coins, the quest does not complete and we get yelled at. So we talk to him. What am I still doing wrong here? We interact. Talk. Talk's not supposed to be an infinite loop. False. By default, they idle. Idle's an infinite loop, but is interruptible. Interact. Indicator. Speaker. Okay. That should work. He's just hanging out. There we go. Okay. So he starts talking to us. And we go, nah, we're good. We don't want a quest. He's still there. We go back. You want a quest? Yes. And it didn't send. Why didn't it send? We said yes. A1. Message required talking on quest. Quest accept. It's because we're turning it off? I think it's because we're turning it off. I think that's the same issue we had before, right? Quest accept. We never send a quest starting message, do we? This is what the inspector's for. Quest accept. I started. I don't think I ever even send that message. Do I? Debug, message inspector. Who's sending? Receiving. Quest started. So that's supposed to be quest accept. And this one is supposed to be quest accept. I would think that it would send the message to rules first, though. We've got the join. We got the join. And I guess, I think it's just toggling it off too fast. Because I don't want that to be there. Can we check quest status? No. We can relay it. So let's add a rule. Rules. Send message. So on receiving quest accept, we can say quest started. And that should give enough time, I think, for it to actually start. So we're gonna turn this off with quest started and turn this one on with quest started. Is it still too fast? What if I just remove that entirely? Alright, I'm really confused now. What am I... We had this working before, right? Quest accept is the right message, right? Is it because we're not sending it directly from the player interaction? This might not work anymore. This used to work. I had some quests set up this way in an experience of mine. We interact, and that is quest accept. So I think I understand why it's not working. Basically, the system wants to know who the player is. And so if the player is sending the message directly through the asker, then the objective goes, oh, the player started this. But if it relays through another asset, then it goes, I don't know who's starting this quest. Which is kind of annoying. Because then I can't use my animated decoration the way I want to. Unless, I mean, you could put 2 interactions, I guess. If this one's also interact. And you line it up. Okay, so that works. I don't think we need that quest started anymore, though. Yeah, okay. So it's just that you have to be the person interacting with the asker. You can't have it asked on your behalf, which is not the way it used to work. This is part of it being like a multiplayer function now. So now we can collect these things, and if we say, "Are you done?" Yes. Hey, no lies. Oh, well, sorry. Didn't know it was that serious. Yes. And it doesn't complete because this is not here. So now we need this to be interact also, and we need to all stacked up in the same place. I forgot to make his animation interruptible for being mad. Or to not infinite loop. Infinite loop, mad, interruptible, true. And when it's, no, not true. When it's message at end, it's going to loop back to idle. And speaker, look at target. No, he was still talking. Back to idle. Is he not going to be mad? I broke it again. Mad, player received, quest line. That should work. Oh, it's because I didn't make talk interruptible. So we need talk to be interruptible. Even if it means that we could, like, make him stutter, kind of. His talk animation is too long, so he'll never play the mad animation if we talk to him too fast. Well, now what did I do? Oh, they need to be interruptible. That's right. I thought I was toggling it on. I was toggling it off. So now we can make them flip between all the interactions. There we go, I did it. A few things changed in 0.11, I guess, that I didn't realize. I did more stuff in 0.10. And now I'm in 0.12 mode, and I'm looking for features that aren't there yet. All right. Let's go find somebody to raid. My brain's fried. we did a bunch of stuff today. All right. Have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. Let's do a new raid. Who's on? Somebody's playing Maple Story. I haven't seen Maple Story in forever. Yeah, why not? Go hang out with some Maple Story people. Oh, well, it's not in English. Let's find somebody speaking the same language. Who won the giveaway? It was Z-Mart Duck. I rolled, Lily, I had to roll like 6 times because I kept on landing on people, including you, who already had an orange hat. All right. I don't know. We'll go with somebody kind of random. What's this person playing? Ghosts of Tabor. Sounds vaguely familiar. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna throw you out there. Go have fun. Lost that giveaway about 50 times. I mean, but you already won it in the past. All right. See you later.